Hello. Figured I'd start a few minutes early because I'm ready. Pretty much. Hello. It's KJ starting it off with Starry 39. Yeah, I've done that before. While doing that, we'll run down the list. We had KJ in Ohio, Jim Thompson from the Outer Banks, VMC, Chris Helms, Jimmy Licari, welcome. 74 Deeds, hello. New Marshall, yay. Sir Frogman, Larry Downing, welcome. Wild, welcome. So Chris Helms says Mountain Dew 039. Larry Downing, Mountain Dew 040. Good evening, Jim. Wild says Sprite 0 and 40. Jim Thompson, Shirley Temple 0, 36. My bank, the credit union, their coin machine has been down because it's full, and it wasn't just for me, because there was still room when I left. BH, welcome. Do 036. So I've got 2 bags already in my car, full. So that gives me an excuse to break out one of my new canvas bags. So I just use like one of those old popcorn tins that you get at Christmas and that, and put it around and makes a perfect holder. This bag might be just slightly smaller, or else it's just not used yet. Thank you. Yeah, it ended up being a little bit fuzzier than what the proof showed. Probably just because it was so big, but yeah, doesn't matter. Marshall says Dr. Pepper Cream 35. BMC Pepsi Zero 39. Hey, Coin Cody, welcome. My arms are very sore because I packaged up 4 boxes of my 2025D $half and sent them out. And of course, I packaged them up well, wrapped them, and then wrapped that in duct tape, put it in a box with padding, and then wrapped the outside of the box with packing tape. So I did that 4 times. Hello, Michael Rose. New Marshall, did you want the nickel or penny pack? I'm assuming nickel, but figured I'd double check. Nickel, yep. That's what I kind of thought. 7-Up Tropical Zero 38 for Coin Cody. Jimmy says Mountain Dew 0 and 36. We've got a few 36s on here tonight. Mike Rose says 39. Did you put a drink? I didn't see one, I don't think. Oh, Pepsi Zero, there you go. Like I said, started a few minutes early. I was ready and instead of sitting around, so figure I'll just start getting some of your coins out. V-nickel, we've got a 1911. Average war nickel is a 1943 out of Philly. Shirley Temple 034 for 74. For Buffalo, let's grab two, make sure we get different dates and mints. First one is a 36 out of Philly. If it'll focus, maybe. Maybe not. And the second one is the same, so let's get a different. The second one is a 37 out of Philly. So 36 and 7 out of Philly. And your BU war nickel. Let me get one of these out ready. Hello, smoker. Or AU, not BU, sorry. Did you want one of the toned ones, or did you want one a little bit nicer? I know you like toned copper, but figured I'd let you choose if you wanted a toned war nickel. Toned, yep, kind of figured. Yeah, my arms, like my forearms, are absolutely just killing me. There you go. So I've seen drinks and years from AG, BH, Chris Helms, Quayne Cody, Jim Thompson, Jamila Kari, KJ, Larry Downing, Michael Rose, New Marshall, VMC, and Wild. If I missed you, please throw that in so I can make sure I get you. I got a bunch of new Gatita, welcome, Dr. Pepper Cream Solder, Solder. I know what you mean, though. Make sure I'm on live chat, by the way. Mountain Dew 048 for Bellows. We've got Smoker with Starry 036. Awesome. So there's your coin pack. Figure might as well do that while we're just kind of shooting the breeze. So your toned AU war nickel, your average war nickel, your 1911 V nickel, and your 36 and 7 Philly Buffalo. So I picked up a bunch of 5-ounce rounds today, so they're not here. But I went through and refigured because I got them for cheaper, which brought the price per all of them down. So anyway, that's my new listing. I'm going to be getting some Grand Canyon, some more like eyes, spiders, everything. This is with shipping, and if you buy more than one, of course, you don't have to pay shipping on both of them. So I've got plenty of those, and then of course the rounds also. So I figured that instead of just kind of throwing approximate out there like I had been, I put it so after fees and shipping, I make between $2 to $3 depending on the exact amount I paid for it, because some of them were like halfway between. So Arizona Goldbacks today, half 1, 2, 5, and 10. Very nice. I saw someone had come through and subscribed before the stream started. Can't remember who that was, but well, thank you for whoever came in. Jeff Collins, that's it. Jeff, I'm going to get you some points. So you should have about 10 million points to gamble with. Goldbacks are like you'll have a 1/1000th goldback, which is 1/1000th of an ounce. You'll have like a half goldback, which is like 1/2 of a gram or something like that, ounce. And so it goes up, and then it has like the 10s, the 50, 100, that sort of thing. But the regular goldbacks are 1/1000th, and so it's got 1/1000th of a ounce of gold. So they run, I don't know what they're running now, but they used to run about $4 or $5. I think they're about 8 or 9 for the 1/1000th. And there's different states. It started out with Utah, and then there's other states. There's like Nevada, Wyoming. I think there's Florida. Few that come out. I don't know if it's every year they come out with a different one or not, or as the states adopt them. But JC says Pepsi 039. Almost. Yes, it is an official currency. Utah was the first to start using them. You can actually go on their website and show where what businesses take them and support it. But basically it is physical gold, just not carrying around big 1 ounce rounds or anything. You're carrying around 1/1000th of an ounce. One goldback, 1/1000th is just shy of 5. Yeah, I was looking at one the other day. It was a new one that just came out. They also have silverback, which is same sort of thing, but with silver. Those have a lot more intricate artwork, it seems like. So you kind of pay a premium, way over more than the gold premium. But I do love the silverback art. That is some of the great stuff. I don't have any, but I would love to get some. I just have never done it. Hey, Mike Badger, welcome. Want to get your guess and drink in, and then we'll start with opening the box. Figured I'd give you that opportunity since you just came in. Fresca Peach and 40, says Mike. And we do have a couple mics and that sort of thing. So with, if you're saying to someone, you might say like Mike S or Mike B, Mike R, Michael. But yeah, just so you're aware. So if someone's Mike Badger, Mountain Dew 040. So if you're throwing like who the winner of the wheel or the guest and stuff is, then that helps me out to know which mic. I think that's about the only one that we end up having duplicates of, but I think there's a Jim Thompson and Jimmy Lacari, so that's not a huge deal. So, all right, well, there's that. One for tonight. Queen Cody, I believe it was, got that. 7-Up Tropical, 0 sugar. I've never had it. Yeah, tastes kind of like a peach, orange, maybe a little pineapple or something. I don't know. I was wrong. There is a shock. And it was Queen Cody, so we at least had one winner tonight. Is the tropical they had at McDonald's? I have no idea. I never go to McDonald's. I know they have like the Taco Bell is Baja Blast, but I'm not familiar with. I really wanted to do 0. Yeah, but I hadn't tried this one before, and so I figured, what the heck. Thought you were wrong once, but then you were mistaken. That's about right. See any enders? I don't see any buffaloes jumping out. If they're jumping out, then that's something wrong with the box because they shouldn't be alive. Found a couple leafies in my current box of pennies. Awesome. I have done Mountain Dew 0 on a roll string before, so. So in case if there's new people in here, hey, welcome, Garrett. Throughout the night, if we come across ones, I'll put them up and you'll do a guess of the year. Whoever's closest gets their name on the wheel. And that is throughout the night. And you don't have to be present to win for that one. You just have to make sure that you watch the end of the stream if you did leave. Hey, we're already starting off with a 2024. Not bad. Get that on the board. Where did it go? Well, it was open. Well, let me reopen it. So, if you go back and you do see your name was drawn, like if you had left, just make sure you email me, and you get a pick of a copper round, and I can send you a listing of all of them. But that one, like I said, you do not have to be present to win because it's throughout the night. If we have like a 25 like or a 50 like, hopefully again, that one, of course, you would be here to enter. And so you would just send it like that, just dadhuntscoins at gmail.com. And I send that out. Got 64s. I will check those at the end of the night for D over Ds and that sort of thing. It'd be nice to get 25 likes again. I probably won't do a 5-ounce round again, but and as you can see, exclamation me like Bellow Forge did. Bellows Forge. That will throw a channel link, so if you provide content and want subscribers, very good opportunity to gain some if you haven't been in here. Like I always say, I always like to try to go through and make sure I am subbed to them, because YouTube will unsubscribe people randomly for no reason. So I do like to go in every once in a while and check those. And there you go. You get your first guess in roll 2. So all you have to do is just put the year you think it is. And if you are the closest, either above or below. So if it's we'll just say 2000. If you guessed 99 and someone else guessed 01, you'd both get it. But if someone guessed exactly, then they get it. And then it is only one guess, so if you decide to change your mind, go back and retract the one you changed it from. Otherwise, I will just take one of them. 50 likes or 25 likes, awesome. Exclamation GAW, and that I should have done it after we did the years, but oh well. Exclamation GAW will also get your name entered into the 25 like giveaway. So go back up to where the years were. I think we're probably pretty good with it. Unfortunately, it does have a mint mark because it's a 1955, and a 55 Philly is a semi-key date, but at least it's one find for the 50s. So let me get that up on the board. And for the 50s, let's see, I got a 52, a 48, 52, 49, 54. Let's see, so right now we got a 54 and a 56. Another 54, another 54. Looks like the 54's got it. And the 56 also, because they're also one. So we got Garrett, 74, Michael, R, and KJ. Those are the 4 I got. Thank you for verifying BH. Let me afternoon. Moderators are in blue. They're the ones that help me stay on track of what we're doing. So those 4 people got their name on the Wheel of Names, which is throughout the night. Deeds was at 56. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got 74 on there. I just put down at 74. Exclamation GAW to get your entry in. It's going to close here in a minute. Should have had plenty of time to get it. We had couldn't moderate without the vodka and eggnog. So we had 20 people enter, so you got a 5% chance of winning, and the winner is Smoker. You know what to do, Smoker. Smoker has won before. Just going to stack them up right there for now. And just like that, 5% chance of winning, you were the winner. Of course, I have all the ones on my sheet that I can send you, but then I also have a bunch that I usually run through at the end of the stream. Or if you're looking at anything particular, I've got all kinds of stuff. I'll be now trying to clean every inch of the house or I get yelled at. I've got first of 2 Christmases here on Saturday. I need to clean mine up, especially after yesterday when I have packing stuff everywhere from all those boxes I sent out. So it's one of those things. It's like I like getting circulated boxes to hunt. But when you can get brand new 2025 Denvers and sell them for a profit, after fees and shipping, about $360 or so something a box, it's like, I guess I'll have to hope for more 2025s. Walker magnet screwdrivers make great swizzle sticks. I've been looking at screwdrivers, but the problem is you have to order like 150 of them or something. It's like, that's okay. I mean, stickers you go through, but so it's one of those, it's like I want them to search, but I also want them brand new so I can sell them and make money. And I could have sold them for more if I held out, but I was like, nah, I'm going to get rid of them and make a quick buck. You know, I can... Yeah, they're also, from my understanding, they're also considered NIFCs. There's... Last time I looked on the Mint's website, there was only 11 million or so made. Like 10 point something of each one. Received my drop bearers. Beautiful. Got it a couple days ago. Awesome. So it was one of those that I could have held out. Excuse me. Got more, but I figured it's easier to flip them, sell them right away, make a few less bucks, and get them out and done with. Instead of trying to make an extra 25 or 30 bucks a box. Even 100 bucks a box, it wouldn't have sold right away. When I was getting all those 2024s last year, I had checked, hey, Maple Leaf, of the 2024 Denvers, and they really weren't selling for enough to make it worth your while. After fees and shipping, I would have made about 20 bucks, and to me, that just wasn't worth it. So I guess we'll see what we get next week. When I first got them, I was like, oh man. And so I was about to start ripping them open and get ready to dump them, and that's when I noticed they were 25s. I was like, hey, I haven't gotten 25s yet. Even up the new ones I've been getting this year are all 2024s, but then all of a sudden these arrived, and I was like, So if you ever get something, hey, Maple Leaf. So if you ever do get something like that, I would suggest looking on eBay, just see what they're selling for, not what they're listed for, but they're selling. Because there was some list on there for, way high. And they were selling anywhere from about 900 up to 1500. And so I was selling mine for 1200. The one guy bought all four, so I gave him a discount. Gave him the free shipping on it. So I was like, I'll do that and get all four of them out at once instead of trying to make an extra 100 bucks or something. My 2025 nickels aren't really worth a ton. I'd have to list them for about 170 to make about 25 bucks. So it's like, is it worth it? Maybe. So that one I'm still debating on what I want to do. But yeah, the halves were definitely worth it. I don't have the paintball set up. never know. I haven't found a war nickel for a couple streams. Can't remember if last stream, I think it was struggling to find 09 or 24. Usually I find at least one 09 per stream. I think we finally got it that night. Yes, that would be awesome. Jimmy Luckari. Hey, T-River Adventures, welcome. We're on roll 10. If you make sure bell notifications are turned on, you get notified of when I'm streaming. I usually try to post it a day before. I don't know if you've been in here before, T-Rep, but name looks familiar. But anyway, maybe it's from another stream. This is a guessing game. You get to guess what year you think the nickel is, and whoever is closest gets their name on the wheel of names that is throughout the night. And if you win that wheel of names at the end of the night, all you have to do is email me and you get your prize. It's a 1 ounce copper round. Got a whole bunch of different ones. So the only thing is if you do leave, you just have to make sure you go back and watch the last part of the stream to see if you win. And it's one guess. If you want to change your guess, make sure you delete your other guess. Just about done with this roll, so if you want to get your last guesses in, we'll do that. And then I will flip it. Just unwrap this and then wait for the stop sign. Thank you. It is a Philly and it is a blurry. It's a 1957. Might be a little behind Maple Leaf. I do have it on ultra low latency, so it shouldn't have much of a lag, if anything. So sometimes it's always good to refresh every once in a while to make sure that you, or else make sure you've clicked the live and jump ahead if you are lagged. Oh, yes, thank you. See, told you, these guys keep me on track. All right, let's go back through and look. 57, we got a mic exactly on. So mic S, KJ. That's why you reminded me. VMC. Just kidding. KJ, Mike, and VMC. Mike S. And T-Rep, I'm going to give you some points. So you now have points to play games with. It's one of those things that it makes people, the CloudBot makes people be in here, I think, 5 minutes and in the stream, and then if you subscribe, you also get points. But it has to be like a minimum of, I think, 5 minutes or something before it lets you start accumulating. And then it only gives you like 100 every 5 minutes or something. So I go in and I just usually throw 10 million to everybody that comes in, because I was doing 2 and it was getting to where some people were going through them pretty quick. Yes, if we get to 50 likes, we'll do another 50 like giveaway. Just a regular 50 like giveaway, not super special, but did you want a gold? I don't know if it's plated or just spray painted. Some people like them, some don't care. But if you want it, it's yours. All right. I'll just put it as a miscellaneous, which is I'm just going to put gold. How about that? My daughter found a gold-plated penny. I found gold-plated quarters before. I don't think I've ever... I found washers and whatnot, never a gold one. I don't think I've ever found a gold dime. I might have. I'd have to go through all my gold ones. I always pull them out and just throw them in a bag for later, and I just kind of accumulate them and don't do anything with them. But, you know, it's just kind of interesting to see what kind of stuff. Just like colorized coins. Kids will be with you over Christmas. Yeah, we usually share them, like, sometimes they'll be over their place and then come over to mine, like around noon or something, 11 noon, that sort of thing. And other years I've had them and then they go over there. But the last couple of years it's been them coming over at about 11. I like to have them for Christmas Eve this year. I've had them for Christmas Eve before, and that's always fun. Gonna have some boxes during the holidays, hopefully. I really need to get on editing my videos. I got a bunch of penny videos that we've done, and back when we could get pennies. I haven't gotten pennies for, I have a silver-plated penny, but it was a 68, so I'm confused. Why was it plated? It didn't stick to a magnet either, so it's most likely a zinc penny, but plated. People would just plate coins for the fun of it, like science experiments type things, you know, things you can do at home with kids. And so it's probably they just took a 68, which is copper penny, and plated it. But I do have a couple boxes of halves that we can go through. I've got quarters. They don't usually go through quarters. My son was doing quarters and he got tired of them the one, so I started finishing them and ended up finding a W in his box. He was like, man, I'm like, still you would have found it. Yeah, I had a dumb moment. 68 is copper, not zinc. Oh, I thought that said... When I read that, I thought it said, I have a few gold-plated quarters and a platinum-plated quarter cow. And I'm like, what's a quarter cow? I had lost a 68 Canadian dollar coin today because it was nickel. It was stuck back to my iPhone. Jimmy says, I don't know what my slots landed on. Heart, buffalo, and a money bag. Get your guesses in. We'll go through this roll, and then when I'm close, I'll let you guys know. $40, $48, $48, $47. $52, $52, $42, $49, $43, $38, $46, $48, $49. $54, $47. Got about 10 more coins to go. Five more coins. All right. Get your last of the guesses in. And unfortunately, there is no mint mark because it's a 48, and a 48S is a semi-key date. So unfortunately, it's not the semi-key, but it's still a 40s. So I know we got quite a few with 48s in there, so let's go. There. Let's see. New Marshall. Maple Leaf. KJ. We're on fire tonight. Mike Badger. was a 48. It was a 48 Philly. I don't know. There's also countries that have done aluminum. New guess. Got 58, 59, 53. 54. Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing with the zinc. It's, you know, they coat it with copper, but then once that outer bit gets worn off, then it just completely disintegrates almost. All right, get the last of your guesses in. I like that tropical. It's actually pretty good. That was the drink for tonight. I know we had at least one person, I'm pretty sure. It is a Denver, and it is a 53. 53. So another for the 50s. Let me get that on the board. Said I know we got at least one person. New Marshall. Thank you, Garrett. VMC. And if you ever get a box, your name automatically gets put on the wheel. So you have 2 chances, no matter what, if you buy a box, to get it on then, plus at the end of the night, when I give everybody the chance to get on the wheel at least once. Because some people don't guess correctly. If VMC and KJ won again, it was just going to start stealing their answers. I was going to say KJ hit a few of them right on. Rigged because he bought a box. Yep. Doesn't even want to work. Yeah. As I say, you always have to make sure that you're wearing respirators and everything when you're working in those environments. And but yeah, it's one of those at the end of the night. I always give everybody the opportunity to, hey, Lyle, welcome. Natalie Peters, welcome. Give everybody the chance to get on the wheel at the end of the night. Same with the end of stream giveaway. I do it about the same time. Because some people just have off nights and don't guess that well. And I like to give everybody at least one chance. A Lyle the Lurker. Hey, lurking is completely fine. Even if you're lurking, it still gives me hours. That's what I'm focusing on. Welding after grind off galvanized pipes before welding on them, make sure to have wolf in it. Yeah. 32 likes, nice. We're on roll 18 and I've only found 3 64Ds. Could that be a sign of having other good stuff, maybe? Fans are your best friend in a welding area. Welding. My dad worked oil field, and sometimes they'd be drilling in areas that there was gases. What one is it? Hydrogen sulfide or something like that. I'm using other devices to help watch your eye. Awesome. But if they were working in those areas that they were known to have it, they had to wear basically gas masks, respirators. And so he would have to shave, and it was always, yeah, it's one, I can't remember what it is right now, but it's basically you breathe it and you die. He would have to shave his beard and everything off, and he always looked way funny to us when he had to do that. I want to say it's like hydrogen sulfide or something. Yeah, it's some kind of, I was going to say, I know it, I want to say H2SO4, but that's sulfuric acid. But it's the, whatever gas comes off of that. I was going to say, it's one of those, like, know it, and then as soon as you need to think of it, you can't think of it. Pretty sure I want to say hydrogen sulfide, but I don't know. Yeah. Been finding a lot of 64s, but none of them been, only 3 of them been Denver. 99 chemistry, I think, I remember it. Even though I can't remember last week. I always did good in chemistry. I loved chemistry. Same with biology. And then I ended up going into business. Yeah, he would usually have a big beard and mustache and everything, and he liked the loud chemistry. And a lot of that was a lot of chemistry, yeah. A lot of it was, of course, to protect yourself from the winter, the winds and snow and cold and all that. And then in summer, it would protect from sunburn, so rarely did he not have a beard. $54, $49, $54, $57. Yeah, so I have 2 bags of coin in my car that I really need to dump, but the machine is full. And I did not fill it. So someone came after me and finished. Can't remember how many years ago it was I didn't have a beard. It's been over 15. After I started buzzing my head because my hair was thinning out, and to me it just looked weird. Either it just didn't look good, so I just buzzed my head down. So I decided, well, because what happens is my hair on top is brown, my facial hair is brown red, and you could literally see a line where they met. And so that's why I never had a beard. But now that I don't have it on top, and I do my beard, it looks fine. I'll let Bellows and Sir Frogman in, so, because you guys haven't turned it yet. It is a 46. Sorry, Jimmy, it already turned it. At least on my screen I did. Let's get those on the board. Go to the names. We got 46. Anybody? 49. That's 3 off. 48. That's 2 off. So we got a bunch with 78s. 74. Queen Cody. Chris H. And Frogman. Queen Cody got on for having the drink of the night choice. I didn't guess this time, but if I had, it would have been somewhere in the 50s. So, well, now you got a chance to guess this one. I don't even remember what year it was. Ow. I just jammed my knife into my knuckle. Anyone have any coin hacks, like in a pinch using a dime for a flathead screwdriver or drilling a hole in a penny if you need a washer and don't have one? I've seen a few, but I've never really tried them. Usually I end up using a pocket knife when I need a flathead. I'll just put the thicker side in and do that. This one is a Denver, and it is a 57. Get that on the board. And see who won. Anybody? 57. I got 55, 56, 58, 58. So it looks like 58s and 56s win it. So 74, Mike S, Queen Cody. Yep, got Cody, got 74, and got Mike. Thank you for making sure that they got on, in case if I didn't see it. I try to help. If not, just tell me to shut up. Nope, I don't mind having help. Sometimes I go through and turn people into mods, or if you want to be a mod, you're in here. Obviously, you know, if I see you here a bunch and you also want to be a mod, you are welcome to ask me. And I'll turn you blue. Not by choking you either. That's not nice to turn people blue by choking. Did you hear about the man who jumped off the Empire State Building and lived to tell about it? He told the man on the 70th floor. He told the man on the 60th floor. What do you do as a moderator? Well, we don't have too much of a problem in here. But if someone comes in and is being naughty, you know, causing problems, trying to spam with all kinds of junk, you can time them out, kick them out. You can also post links to other channels. Obviously help out like VMC when they put the start guesses and stuff. I've got about 5 coins left, so you can add channel links as a mod, making it easier for non-mods to join or watch. Huh. So finish up those guesses. And here you don't have too many problems. We had one night where someone came in and said, hello, and then immediately after said, shut up. is a, can't tell on there, it's a Denver. And it is a 54. Oh, another 50s. And who do we have? Let's see, 54. We had 56, 56, 55. Looks like 55. Lyle. Whoops, where am I? We did not find 5 Lyles. Yeah, it's good to get more also watchtowers because more people are scrolling through that way. And you get more people to subscribe, but you do get more problems because people just, they don't care. They just want to be a problem. And I tried the vertical and the dual at the same time, but it was messing things up and hard to do. And unless they figure out a way to make it easier, I just figured, yeah, this is easier way. Maybe I'll do a live stream on vertical some night, like one of my pop-ups or something. Yeah. It's one of those, people want to come in and learn and everything. We're willing to teach them. Halfway through the box. Finished. But, we're willing to help people learn and joke around, but being a complete idiot just doesn't work well. Yeah. Usually most people are friendly. Good channels. When my kids aren't here, I'm a little more lax with what is said, but when my kids are here, it's more family friendly. Rarely win on slots, feels good when, yay, got 3 money bags. And I know there are some younger ones in here, under 18, but for the most part, we're pretty cool and we're not horrible. Like I said, I don't mind some not quite adulting, but friendly banter. So I've never been a fan of heists because I never win. And that's the other thing is when you're in a stream and you know enough, you get to know the people and who you can joke around with and that sort of thing. The only thing it basically I like to keep out is politics and stuff. That is one of those things where I don't care what party you're with, as long as you can get along with me. Because I think, honestly, trying to vote for someone is like having a choice between two piles of cow poo. One's fresh, hot, and steamy. The other one's kind of a little old and crusted over. I don't want to step in either, but if I had to, I'd probably step in the one that's crusted over to make less mess. But they're both, you know, piles of crap. Very rarely is there an actual good politician. Now, I know that they always say that when people poll, they think their politician does good, but the rest are crap. And it's funny because if that's the case, then but yeah. So that's why it's one of those that like I said, it's like I don't want to step in either of them, but sometimes you have to choose the less worst option. Just like there's, you know, I bought a bunch of rounds. Sometimes they're just a mixed lot. And, you know, I get some Trump ones. Some people are fans, some are not. And it's one of those that I always tell people if they want to email me, if they, you know, want to keep it more private, that is fine. Some people will say in the stream what they want. That is completely fine. It's up to you. But it's one of those that don't need to hate on people because of what they think about one person or not think about one person. Bank gave me a roll and a half of nickels today from the 40s and 50s. Very nice. Any war? Hey, we finally found one. $2009 to go along with the 2024. Let's get that on there. Oh, yeah. Didn't even look who said it. Well, I guess if you're in Canada, you're probably not going to get many US war nickels. Although it would be cool if you did, because that's silver. Hopefully this box picks up. It hasn't been the super best. We do have a nickel bounty, so hopefully we can do that some night. War nickel, V nickel, and a buffalo nickel. We've had people come 2 out of 3. I almost did it myself. I found a V nickel and a buffalo nickel, but no war nickel. That was my very first nickel box I opened for myself. $2009, it's just a very low mintage. Instead of, like hundreds of millions being minted, there was only about 30 million minted, I think. Same with 2024s. Come on. So that's why if they're in good condition, they can actually sell for decent. But I always pull them out because people will still buy circulated rolls of 09 and 24s. 24s are basically the same sort of thing. There was only, I think, about 30 million minted of those instead of the normal, 100 or 150 million or whatever. A lot of times they're not worth a ton just because they're in, well circulated, but still, I pull them out. Like if you find a dateless buffalo, it's still a buffalo. I don't know, maybe. Could be, I don't know. Yeah, but almost triple per mint for 909 and 24s. I'd keep 25s. Well, I've got 2 boxes of 25s I'm willing to sell probably. I'll let Michael and Wild in, or I guess Michael was already in. I'll let Wild and Natalie in, I guess. No mint mark. And it's a 49. You probably can't see it because it doesn't want to focus. There it is. A 49S would have been a semi-key date, unfortunately. It was a filly. Let's see who got it. 49. We got 48. 48. 48. Looks like we got a few 48s in there. Oh, wait. Jimmy got 49 exactly on. See, that's where you guys come in. If I would have gone with just the 48s, I would have missed Jimmy. But anybody can yell at me and say, hey, you're wrong. Not just mods. I don't have any more dimes because I opened those one night last time after the stream. It's one of those kind of like stream ends and still hang out a little bit. Do you see what I see? See, these are the interesting ones when they're Canadian. And another one after that. I'm only halfway through the roll. But I'm going to throw it up here. I didn't even see it from the edge. It was just the same. Whereas like pennies and quarters and stuff, you can tell the difference. Get your guesses in for that. I'm about done with this roll, and then we'll flip it and go to the second one. All right. We'll let KJ in at 91. And it is a 98. Let's see who got it. 98. We got 89, 89, 89, 91. Yep. We'll put KJ because I said I'd let him in because I hadn't flipped it yet. Or some of them you can see. Yeah, I let KJ in because I hadn't flipped it. Because it came in right after the stop signs. I'm not a huge stickler on it. It's more of the stopping point so I can kind of see, but then, like I said, if I haven't flipped it yet, even though I might be about to, I let you in. Because sometimes people's lag is different. Like on mine, when I broadcast it, I have basically an ultra low latency, which is supposed to be about a second or less. So almost immediate. But sometimes that, because I've had it to where other people will put something in, like on a stream, and mine lags and finally comes through. It's like, not sure what that is all about, why some people are more laggy than others, but it's not me. Alright, got about 6 coins left. Let you finish up those guesses, and then we'll flip it and move on to the next roll. And this one is a something mint mark. And it's a 41. So it doesn't really matter on the date or key date or anything, but let me update this. We'll go to I was wondering if it was an S. Yep, that's an S. So 41S. And let's see. Someone I know got it exactly on. Mike S. BH. Hand smoker. Must have been up there a little bit. Nope. Yep. Hid there. Thank you. I am on live chat, so I did remember to do that again. So far, 41 is the oldest. I was watching Queen Questers last night and ended up actually falling asleep, which was kind of surprising because I wasn't expecting my pills to kick in like they did. I must have just been more tired than I thought or something. There's some strong wind gusts here tonight. I decided to try another month worth of my expensive medication for sleeping pills. By itself, it didn't do anything, but with the I was sitting there, and next thing I know, I was waking up and the stream was over, and I was like, Because I was expecting, I was kind of a little bit tired, and so, yeah, I've done that in numerous streams. But I was planning on just kind of passing through because I was a little tired, so I was like, I won't spend a lot of time, and I'll maybe actually try to get to bed. But then I got caught up and talking, and like you said, going along, and then all of a sudden nothing. It wasn't because I left. Well, I left consciousness, but, well, awakefulness, I guess. Because you're still conscious even though you're sleeping. Crazy. I do not miss the wind. Yeah, but I didn't end up getting on the list, so I put in for a few of them and didn't get picked. Because I was wondering if I had gotten picked and on one of those that, because I remember he hadn't put them down on the list yet, and I put in for the exclamation loot, So I must have fallen asleep between then and when he picked it. Now see, if you find a 64D, D over D, this is the one that you want it on. This thing is in pretty decent condition. Not great, but decent. Yeah. I was going to say, one of those, if I see someone win, I try to let them know if I know who they are, but I don't get to as many streams as I'd like to. Part of it is because I stream myself now. Don't know if anybody saw that one, but if they did, I guess you get a free entry. Come on. Because sometimes they are face up, and so I hurry and try to quickly turn them over. And I figure if you see it, you see it. Well, we got a second one we can guess on. That's one of those, I don't even remember what it was because I flipped it over so quick. I just remember seeing it and I was like, That's the only bad thing about eBay is you have to wait until the item's delivered before they release your money. So I'd gotten them on Wednesday. I listed them a couple days later. And then sold one, and then I sold the other 4. And then they went out this morning. So they probably won't get there until Monday or something. So it ties up a lot of capital, you know, $2,500 worth of coin. But I look at it as if someone said, you give me $2,500 in 2 weeks, I'm going to give you $1,800 extra. Okay. All right, let's flip this one and then do the second one. It is a something mint mark, 1940. Let's just see what it is, because I can't tell if it's a D or an S. I thought it was an S. On some of those that it's like, I can't tell. It's usually an S. '40s and '50s are now tied. New Marshall VMC. All right. Excuse me. Hey, AG, welcome. Let's see you sneak in. Must have greased the door hinges. Let's flip this one. I think it's also an estimate mark. 41. Get this up here. 40s have pulled ahead. KJ, awesome. As I know someone had gotten it. At the third 41, let's find out. I usually do it at the end of the night, but we'll do it now. 41, 40, 41, 49, 46, and a 41. No, 48. So 49, 48, 46, a 41, a 41, and a 40. So just two. Yeah, people who work shifts like, the 24-hour shifts and stuff, people don't realize that that kind of can drain you. Because even if you're not like out and on calls and things like that, like if I'm on call and I'm, not called in during the night, it's still one of those things that you're on call. See, we have the volunteers that, like when we need to transport someone to the bigger hospital, they page out for, any volunteers, and sometimes we have them and sometimes we don't. We found our second. Whoa, not 12. That would be nice if we had 12. Yeah, it's one of those that the money, is an incentive and part of it, but there are a lot that do it just because, either they've had to be transported or family members have been transported and things like that. And some of them are full-time, but they volunteer in the part-time to do the transfers. And for us to transfer over is about an hour and a half each way, plus the half hour, whatever that you do, giving a report and dropping them off and cleaning the gurney and all the stuff that you have to do. So you're looking at, even if it's 4 hours, I think they get paid for that run like 130 or 40 bucks or something. So it's about 35 $5 an hour or something, roughly. If they have to go up north, then that's a big, long transfer. That's like a 5 hours each way, at least. So by the time you're done, you're looking at a 12-hour transfer. And those ones, I think they get like 300 or something. $10 a call? Wow. We used to have a volunteer fire department, but then they've got full-time firefighters, and the hospital helps subsidize part of that, because the ambulance is actually part of the hospital. Oh, come on. There we go. One of our docs that comes and visits, he's actually, I guess, going to be moving down here beginning of next year or something. He's in Air Force as a doc, and he's ending his active tour. But we have a lot of them that come and do shifts like because right now we only have 2 of our paramedic. No, I am admissions. I work in the accounting and business office, but before I was able to get that position, when it opened up, I first started out at front desk during the day doing the admissions. And then the night positioned in the ER opened up, and I was able to take that because I could stay at home during the day with my kids. And then when my ex's older kids got home from school, I would come in. So it was great because I got to stay home with them during the day. Didn't have to pay babysitter and stuff. And so I did that for a while, and then when the position up in the accounting office opened, I took that, and I told them I'd still help out. And that's been 5 years. So I do it as extra money. Basically, my call, because I work every other weekend from... Well, now it's midnight Friday night until Sunday at 7 p.m. So I do 40... It was a 45-hour shift. Now it's a 43-hour shift when I do it. And the way they do it is every 12-hour shift, they changed it because it was every 24-hour shift. But now every 12-hour shift, you get a premium callback, which is equal to 3 hours worth of time. That's just for getting called in at least once that shift. And then everything you work is time and a half. So everything's time and a half, plus once per shift you get a triple premium, which is equal to 3 hours. If you're called in middle of the night, you get the well, for me it's weekend night, which is an extra $4.75 an hour. And if it's during the day, it's $1.75 an hour, like on just during 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then if you're on call but not called in, you get on the weekends 15% of your wage as just being on call. So if you're sleeping or whatever. So altogether, that basically takes what I make on my 40-hour week and basically times it by 50%, and that's what my checks are. So I'm basically making an extra 50% by being on call 2 days a month. All right, let's flip this one. Hey, welcome, David, Otis. Anybody else who might have come in? It is a Denver, and it is a 59. Caught back up. Peds, I see, yeah. Let's see, who got it? Mike at 56. Otis at 57. So it's one of those that when I can make, I've actually had weekends when I've made more in a weekend than I have an entire 40-hour work week, or an entire paycheck. So basically, in 2 days, I can make as much as an 80-hour paycheck. Doesn't happen often, and I hate it when it does. But usually, when you average it out throughout the year, because I track it, and I can actually tell you down within a percentage of a point of what I'm actually going to bring home, because I track my times and everything. So I know that if it's correct when they put it in the system. And so I have it figure out if I'm on track to do the same amount. Frozen chat and all. So hopefully if they move me to this new position thing that they're talking about and actually do it, I can give up my call and still make about the same amount of money. All right, I'm going to flip it. We'll let Otis in. And unfortunately, there was no mint mark because, again, 48S would have been a semi-key date. So the 40s have pulled back ahead. And 48. Who got 48? Anybody? Yes, New Marshall. Chris Holmes. Otis. But it gets really tiring. It wasn't that big of a deal when I was, 10 years ago. I was, not that I'm old, but a lot younger. But now I'm 46, and it's just, it gets tiring. Even at 36, That wasn't too far off from when I was a bouncer. I mean, that was only 8 years after I was bouncing. But now I'm almost 20 years out after bouncing. Most of the clubs in town were like country bars, clubs. But there was one that actually played the regular, hip hop, type of club music. And that's where I would bounce. There was some crazy stuff that went on. Oh my hell. Some nights this thing just struggles. Stay. There we go. So yeah, it'd be nice if I didn't have to do call anymore, and then I wouldn't have to be every other weekend and actually have ability to spend more time doing what I like. And it's one of those I can't stream when I'm on call because, it'd be like all of a sudden I'd be called in. Drink of the night was 7-Up Tropical. All right. It's a Denver Mint Mark. We're going to flip it. Oh, my hell, don't pop up. And it's a pretty decent condition, too. 57. And there's your new one. Let me get this on the board. 50s have tied it again. All right, 57. You got 58 and 56, 56, 58, 58, 58. Oh, Cap Vic, VMC. Hey, welcome, Cap Vic. 4 rolls left. And another 63 for a possible TDO, or TDR. Triple die reverse, not obverse. It's just to get used to saying like DDO, but... Oh. All right. Hey, Renee and me. Finish up these guesses, and then we'll move this out of the way and continue on. This one is a Philly. Yeah, a little bit. And it's a 56. So, another 50s. Got 54, 54, 54. So it's all the 54s? Nope, Frogman got it exactly. Thank you. I would not have seen that. Again, that's why I love having you guys. Because you guys caught it and I didn't. This is a little more difficult than you think to look at coins and try to pay attention to chat and move back between screens and keep it all straight. I mean, it's not like super hard, but it's hard to focus on just one thing. Thank you, Scott. It's one of those things, pick up a little, a few things that you kind of learn along the way. And so the 50s have pulled back out ahead. Yes, it's definitely true. Like I said, mods are so much part of these streams that if I didn't have the mods helping out, they would be Not great streams. Last roll. And see, we have had like roll 49 and roll 50 magic before, so that would be awesome. Kind of been a quick stream. Maybe I'll have to work on some quarters after this. Usually it's about 8:30, but we haven't had tons of finds either. See, 8, 7, 15, 17, 19, 21 things, but not fun like buffaloes and more nickels. We did pick up our 64D pace. Finally got a stack of those. That's the stack of 64Ds. Let's go over to scope. These are 63s, fillies, which are possible TDOs, triple die obverse. Not seeing it. Usually the easiest way to see them is on the Monticello in the 5 cents area. See, that would have been a pretty good one, although it has a ring of death. Whoa. Alright, now let's check the 64Ds. They are not double. We're looking for the double Ds. Ha 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 ha. Aren't they funny? I always forget which ones are the Hennings. I don't have it on my cheat sheet. I need to put it on. I know there's different years, but I always forget which ones they are. See, that was that really nice one that would have been really great. I remember that there's notching, I just don't remember exactly where. Maybe I'll pull up a picture one. I know there's notching up on the up there somewhere or something. It's one of those I always throw them into the thing without really paying attention to them. And I guess I should go through them for people, because not everybody has a microscope. This was a hand-me-down from Pa from when I started doing my videos, and that was right about 2 years ago. Let me look at one thing. Let's see. We didn't have any from the 30s, but we had a 48, a 40, a 41, a 41, there's a 46, a 48, and a 49. And on the 50s, looking for 53, just 56, 57, 59, 54, 57, 53, 50, dropping everything, 57, and a 55. I know, pulling up the 46s and stuff. That's the 46. I cracked from Monticello to the dome. Let's come out just a little bit. This one is the, why do I have a 56? It's a 46. There we go. It's got a nice swirl mark in the middle. Why did I pull that one out? That was supposed to go in the 50s, so why did I pull out the 50? Maybe it was just in the wrong pile. I don't know. So that was there. Oh, that was a 50. There's a 53. Somehow I pulled a 46 and didn't realize it. Let's make sure I didn't forget another one. All right. So we got a 46, 41, 41, a 49, a 48, 48, a 40. Seven, yep. Yeah, it's one of those, I just got to get better at doing them. It's one of those I just throw them into, like I said, off to the side in a bag and everything. And so 53s, 4s. I thought we had a 55 in there. Yeah. 53, 4, 5, 56, 57, 57, 57, and 59. I thought we had 8 from the 50s. We did. I just can't count. We had 2 2009s, a 2024 Canadian, and a gold spray paint. It doesn't look like a normal gold plated, but just writing these down for the recap. This is one of those I do the recaps, and it seems like people have enjoyed kind of seeing those. You're welcome. And I've got it with your couple rounds that you had, those toned ones, and then the next hunt, and then I'll send them out to you. May have to take tomorrow off and do some hunts. Well, that's always good. So if 40 was the oldest, we had Larry, Mike, and Wild with exactly 40. Congratulations, you four. Wild, Mike S, Mike B, and Larry. Yeah, I know sometimes it's like you guess a 40 and you really want to find like way old and be wrong because it'd be cool, but well, at least you're there. All right, let's do this. That way I can see where to start. So you just type in wheel and you get your extra name on the wheel. So if you haven't been on tonight, you get at least one name. Wheel? Is that like holla? Excuse me. Yeah. Cool whip. Let's see. Find where I'm at. Let's see. So I have AG, Smoker, KJ, Frogman, Otis, Capbit, VMC, Larry, New Marshall, 74, Bellows, Mike S, JC, Maple Leaf, Michael R, Chris H, Larry, Scott C, Gatita, Renee, Garrett, and Coin Cody. Anybody else? 63 names. Oh, Gatita almost won it. Chris H. Nice. See how many times you're on there. There was 63. Now there's 60. So there was 3 names. Awesome. So right now I've got Smoker with 25, Chris H with the wheel. We'll do the end of stream, and then like I said, we'll probably stick around and maybe do some quarters or something. Exclamation Gaw. I'm going to throw your toned rounds in there while I'm thinking about it from the Marshall. See, then I staple it to it so that it doesn't get lost. And that way I remember whose is what. Do I need to send an email? Yes, please. Pretty sure I have your address, but it's always good just to verify what you want for your round. And I'll kind of go through some of these here in a minute. I've got my usual ones on the thing, and I've got a few more that are just kind of random out. I have a Ben Franklin, a Merc Dime, Indian Head, Don't Tread on Me, Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death. Chris Helms says, give my round to VMC. Cool. We got a Second Amendment, another Second Amendment. We got a Donald Trump in a hat. You go with Franklin, okay. And then I've got all my other ones on the normal list that I've got out. Plus I've got all of my other stuff that I don't have on lists. Alrighty. $20 people again. So So the 25 like and the end of stream had the same amount of people. Let's see who we're picking on. Mike S. You're welcome. So Smoker got Ben Franklin. VMC will email me. Mike, same thing. Please email me. dadhuntscoins@gmail.com. Worth a try. Hey, you almost got it. So there are those. I'll kind of run through some of those other coin options that are besides my list, because I've got all those. So those are the ones that I've got on my list. And then ones that aren't on my list, I've got a whole bunch of different ones. I've got a bunch of walkers, a few of those, the Indian head with an eagle on the back, 09 SVDB, Indian head with buffalo, and it's one of those that I know many of you have seen them, but I figure I can run through some. Link and sent, please, and thank you. Okay, that makes it easy. The 09 SVDB. There you go. But yeah, I have all kinds of coin ones, and I have all kinds of other stuff. Awesome, VMC. Gotcha. And well, I'm just thinking about it. I got whole tubes of walkers and buffaloes and Indian head pennies and other buffaloes. And VMC, do you want me to just hold on to that and throw it in your package when you get your box on the 5th? I can do that if you would like. I do have all kinds of extra rounds. Yes, okay. On my 5 ouncers, just in case anybody ever does want any. Not all of these do I have in yet, but that is the one with an eagle on it. I got to get a capsule for it, so I'll have to discount it down a buck or two. But it's got the eagle. That these are all 5 ouncers. I have steampunk. Headless Horseman. Just charge for regular copper round. For just a single, well, I charge $2.50 for the rounds, and then shipping for one, it would be the $1.50 for the envelope and non-machinable, so 4. Same with basically 2 rounds. Then once you get to 3, then it's $2.50 plus just $5 shipping. And once you get over 9, then it just moves up $2 basically. And on 5 ounces, you're already in the $5 shipping one. So these are all with shipping on it. I have a Loch Ness. I have a gargoyle. An Aurora Borealis. As I drop it, I have a couple of the Pumpkin Witch. Happy Halloween. I have a couple honoring our veterans. Thank you for your service, Veterans Day. I've got an extra one of these. It's kind of a 3D. It's a spaceship. Got a little bit of a kind of a 3D. It's a wolf with glowing green eyes. It glows in the dark. Got an owl. I'm looking at you. Time's up. Amazon rainforest. Then I've got also more coming, like Grand Canyon. I've got some more spiders coming. I've got Niagara Falls coming. I've got a Barbosa coming. We've got some Independence Day ones coming. An ocean turtle coming. An alien coming. Phoenix. So those are all ones I've got coming, and because I was able to get a better price on some of those, it brought the total cost down. Wish the scrapyard paid me for when I doodle on my copper. Yeah. So anyway, those are extra options if anybody ever wants. And then if you add them in on a like a hunt, basically you can knock $5 off of these, because this is just single with shipping. So if you already have stuff coming, then you don't have to pay shipping for each one. And if you have a hunt, then adding one of these, it basically, if it's adds more than, I think, 7 ounces, it's like $2, and then it just each level a little bit more. But oh, and I've got a couple spiders, and these ones with green on them like that are glow in the dark. And then I've got all my regular rounds. I've got all kinds of stuff. So some of them I picked up. I was able to get a bunch of extras, because some of them were almost $30, but because I got a couple extras, it brought the prices down overall for all of them. So I just, like I said, brought them down so that they weren't expensive. I think the most expensive one is that wolf at 31. The Amazon rainforest is at 30. Everything else is mostly 24s and 5s. But Tim took mine in a gaw. Well, like I said, I have 2 more over there. And I've got 2 more coming. Alrighty. Close that. Got by the Deja Voodoo. That was free. The one you have now isn't. That's true. Alright, well. Even though technically the stream's still going, but because I did the EOS, now I'm going to consider it a kind of a new stream, but not with all the other stuff. Don't want to open more nickels because I need to save them just in case my banks don't get like I ask. So I told them I want full box of quarters is about 25 pounds. Same thing with box of halves. They're about 25 pounds. Box of nickels is about 22 pounds. Box of pennies I think is 18. And a box of dimes is about 15 or something. But basically a box of quarters and a box of halves, hey Coin Quester, are both $500 a box, and they both weigh about 25 pounds. Never found a silver quarter. I find W's and proofs. Hey Isaiah, welcome. We were talking about earlier, Coin Quester, that I was in there chatting last night and then just dropped off and actually ended up going completely asleep, which my meds must have kicked in a little quicker and sooner than they usually do. That's why I was thinking I was just going to pass through, because I was like, I'm kind of a little bit tired and figured I'd drop in, and then ended up sticking around a little bit, and I said I'd taken all my sleeping pills and that is true. It's like when I'm on call and I've got pause stream, I'll just let it run in the background when I'm at work. Oh, we've got an ender. It's a foreign ender. Let's see what it is. I'm guessing it's got to be Chinese or something, some Asian. Ah! Oh my hell. Let's pick up all the rest of them. Yeah, since it's only just after 8, my kids won't be calling yet, so don't have to worry about going on mute or anything. That ender is no idea what the year is, 1996. It's always fun. I like foreigns. It'll go in my foreign box. I have a whole box of foreigns. 1966 has a possible DDR. I always flip them over, even if it's the back side and I know it's not really anything. I always flip them over to look at the mint mark, because I've had some that are kind of so beat up that they were proofs or nifsy. I look for the Drilling George on the women's quarters. I must not, because I'm not super familiar with that one. I think I've heard of it, but let's put these off to the side there. And this is the 66, which has a double die. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Which has a DDR. Not seeing it. Die chip corner of Washington's mouth looks like he's drooling. As I look for the die chips in the hat, find those once in a while. $1970 has a variety, if it's a D, which it is. The 70D has both DDO and DDR. Not seeing it. Usually the easiest way to see them is in that E pluribus unum area. That was a 70 Denver. Just like the 76 Denver has a DDO if it's a clad. And I do use my kind of a cheat sheet thing. The ones I don't remember much are these ones. I can't remember like which, if DDO or DDR, that sort of thing. So Never found a silver quarter in the wild in a roll. I don't mind a little joking around and stuff. Like I said, if my kids were in here, that'd be a little bit different, but some people keep all of their 76s. I only keep them if they're really nice, because I find so many of them. Like the first couple boxes I was doing, I was pulling them out. See, that one's a nice one. I'm keeping that one. I was pulling them out, and I think I ended up with something like $26 worth of bicentennials. Look decent, but it's not the best. Looking one, so I'm not keeping it. Man, another one. It's not bad. $1983. You can look for the spitting eagle. I do have one, but basically between the beak down here, it's got like a line, kind of like the speared bison, but it looks like it's spitting. A 66 has a DDR you can look for. And those cheat sheets are on my YouTube page as a download. Nope. The 83 Philadelphia has a spitting eagle. Like I said, I have one. It's in my collection, so I don't know where it's at the moment, but basically it's a line that comes down, and it's kind of like the speared bison, how it has that sort of line. And when you see it, you can definitely tell it's different. It's not just like, I don't know, I wonder. The 65 has a DDO. I think I have found one of these before, and this is not one of them. You can definitely tell. That one was better condition than mine, which I wish mine was like that condition. Yeah, a lot of them are. So that's an 83. But it's one of those I always just throw them all under, because half the time I can't tell if it's a P or a D. Because see, that's a P, but when you look at it, it's like, I have no idea. So I just throw them all under the scope. I just find it's easier that way. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Texas. I have a cup that I come across, like really nice ones. I'll put them in that and see if they upgrade any of my books. I got 2 of them from Walker Magnet. I bought them basically filled, and for my kids. That was a pretty nice one too. I said I don't keep all of them, but if they're nice like that, I do. I have come across proofs. I've come across colorized. I've come across W's. Come across Nipsies. But never a silver. I found them in coin returns. I've had my tellers hand me an envelope full of quarters that were silver. What's funny is the credit union, because they have a coin star, but it's one of those that is non-branded. It's just gray, and it's for people to deposit straight into their account at the credit union. If you're a non-member, then they charge you, but being a member, they don't. And what happens is, if anything is rejected and someone doesn't, take them out, they have to go over and take them out of the coin return. So I found out that they were just throwing away the rejects, and I told them basically it's like, keep them for me, because I collect foreigns and any of those type of things. So they started keeping them for me. Most of them were just kind of like, Canadian dimes and things. But the other day I went in and they said, hey, we got something for you. And I was like, yeah. And one of them was Canadian dime. But they handed me this. A 41 Merc dime. I was like, oh, it's silver. I said, yeah, here you go. And they just give them to me. So they give me all their foreigns, and now they're giving me the rejects, which is a silver. So it's great when you, yeah, they knew. I said, oh, it's silver. And they said, yeah, we have to get rid of all the rejects. And I'm like, oh. Because they'd asked me something one day, it had been kind of ground down. It was postmate damage. And they said, "Is this anything?" And I was like, "No, that's postmate damage." They said, "Oh, something about, we get things like that, but we just always throw them away if they're in the reject tray." And I'm like, "What?" Like, yeah. I'm like, "Everything?" And they're like, "Uh-huh." I'm like, "Foreigns and all that?" They're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, save them for me." I said, I collect all that stuff. They're like, "Oh, you do?" And I was like, "Yeah." So I ended up getting $12.75 in silver quarters. That was back when silver was about 20 bucks an ounce. They knew it was silver, and so they held it out specifically, but it's not like they were going to throw those ones away. But they sold them to me for the $12.75. But I take them in cookies. There's a couple bakeries in town. I take them cookies from one of them, and they always love them. So it's always good to hook your tellers up. And I made sure I asked the branch manager at both places. I said, "Is it okay if I bring stuff?" And they said, "Yeah, as long as it's non-monetary and it's something for everybody. You can't just bring it for one person." I said, "So like if I bring cookies or something?" They said, "Yeah." I said, "Okay." So I started bringing them in. None of the banks have coin machines. The bank has one in back that they put into bags, but I'd asked them if I could buy their bags when they're full, and they said that they re-roll them. The credit union has it's a coin star. Like I said, it's not the big green one. It's gray, and it's just one of those you swipe your card and it deposits straight to your account. So they're not like anything to do with it. They just have it there for their customers, so that's not costing them anything. They don't service it or anything. And it's one of those that holds like 2 bins of coins that are like 500 pounds each or whatever. And so the last week has been offline because it's been filled. So I've got 2 bags of coin in my car. Now I'm going to have another bag here. The 65s have a DDO and a DDR. You can always tell usually right on the like the E and the R's and stuff because they split. And like I said, I do have one of those. Not the greatest condition, but still. What's interesting is it looks like we only need 3 more likes and we'll do a 50 like giveaway. Which is after the normal stream ended. But since I'm still streaming on the same stream, it still counts. $48. And mine's usually one behind, so it's probably about 49, but that's a nice one. So someone will have to watch it because, like I said, mine is always behind. Exclamation me will post your channel link. So if you want to post your link, just exclamation me. Like I said, I always do flip them over and look at the mint mark because I have found them before where I flip them over and it's an S and it's like, what the crap? Oh. It's one of those, after you find one, you know exactly what and where you're looking for. I've never found the DDR. I've only found the DDO. Yes, it is free. Does not cost. I do not charge you to hit the like button. Always fun finding the non-proof as. Yeah. The first time I found one, I was like, wait a minute, that's not a proof, but it's an S. So I had to look it up, and that's when I found out that there are NIFCs. Got 50 likes. Sweet. Exclamation ga. So when I found out about them, I was like, because I had never come across one that wasn't a proof, because I was like, that is not a proof. And so I started looking at them, like, is that some kind of different one? And that's when I found out that there were NIFC ones. And then the funny thing was, is I was watching Rob Finds Treasure, and he was talking about him on his next stream. And I was like, that's hilarious. I find one, and the next stream that he posts is about their, like, one of the things he had said, and it wasn't just on that, but he was talking about that, and I was like, that is crazy. I was just found one. Another 65. Nope. So it's one of those, if I've been collecting and I'd never found one, and then all of a sudden I find it, I was like, I'm sure there's other people out there that don't know about that. And the other reason I figured is we got done a little bit earlier than I expected, but it doesn't hurt to keep streaming and keep getting some of those hours. That's my biggest thing, is I'm almost two-thirds of the way there. Says we've got about 25 seconds left. Exclamation GAW if you're going to get in. It's nice, but it's gunked up. Alrighty. 50 like giveaway. Find my thing here. $74 deeds. And so I know you have a hunt coming up, so I'll just include it with that if you let me know what you want. So I know you've got a few of them that you've already picked out. Now you can add one of the other ones in. Didn't know if you wanted one of those Second Amendment ones or another one of those coin ones like the dime one. I was going to say you don't let Larry or Scott in on this. And I've also got that 5 ouncer out for you, 74. I would like the other Second Amendment. Don't tread on me. So they're both the same back, but I have We the People or the one holding the rifle. We the People or the rifle. Those are the two that I've got. We the People. Okay. Don't worry about the email and everything, since I'll just put it in that package, since we'll be doing yours, I think, Monday. I think you've already... I think you paid for the hunt and the rounds, but not the 5 ouncer. Unless I'm mistaken. Because you still wanted the Kraken. You're a little behind, Tim. We already did the giveaway. But I wasn't sure if you still wanted that 5 ouncer, because you said that you had something going on with your truck, I think. But I figured I'd hold it off for you in case if you did, so... And I can't remember if I asked you if you wanted a nickel or a penny pack for Monday, because I believe it's the full hunt. And you get the penny or nickel. $66 is a DDR. Nice, BH. It's great when you post links for the upcoming streams and stuff. I know people have done that. They've shared my channel in streams before, so. Well, I'm getting up there. A lot of times you can kind of see those chips, but I think because I'm getting a little more tired. And if we don't finish it, it's nothing that says I can't finish it next week or something. That was a fire coin. It's completely blackened. I'm not going to smell or lick it. And maybe so. That's a nice 99. The package will be here on the 23rd, which is Tuesday. Yeah, you got a good win there for first time 50 like. Because on that list, the Spiders 28 is my cost plus $5 shipping. Ends up making me about $2 to $3. So if you minus that, it still was about $20 for me. Because all my rounds include shipping on it, but like I said, if you buy multiple, then you don't have to pay multiple shippings. I just, if it ends up moving into a different tier, might be an extra $1 instead of $5 or something. But if you buy one, that's the price. If you buy two or more, I include the shipping and or reduce the shipping. And picked up about another 20 of them today, which brought the cost down for some of them because I was able to get them for decent good price. So because I got them for less than what I had before, it brought the overall cost down. Because I figure I can average them at my cost instead of trying to sell them for each individual one. I saw that pop up. I haven't seen it yet, so I'll have to watch it, but I did see the notification come across. I love mail calls, especially when they're ones that I've sent. But I like watching them either way also. Yeah, I saw those. Those were some nice things. Those peace dollars and 72 no FG. And it was crazy because I've had one box where when I opened them up, I found 72 no FG and 80 or 280. What is it, 82 or 83 no FGs, whichever one it is. I found 3 of them in one box, 72 and 82s. And it was crazy because I was like, wow, an 82 no FG, okay. And I was like, oh, another 82 no FG, okay. Then I pulled out a third, or it was a 72, and so I looked at it, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, I've got a 72 also? That was all that was in the box after the 3 of them, so there weren't any more, but the way I can usually see them without even scoping them, so the only time I scope them is if I can't tell or can't see. Oh. It's not American, I can tell that because the reeds are different, but we got another foreign. It is a Bermuda triangle, no, Bermudan, Bermuda, whatever it is, Bermuda, whatever you call them, Bermudian. It's a 1988. I don't know why this is having such a hard time focusing tonight. There we go. Two foreigns. I might have you do anytime I win, just hold on to it. And I'll just make a pile, and when everybody else wins, just ship it that way. Yeah, I'm fine with holding on to stuff for people. Since I'm already going to be doing a hunt for BH in January, because that was the next opening I had. he is having something sent to me to hold for him to just send with his package. And I told him that was completely fine with me. That way he can get it, because it would be going to Canada otherwise. And I'll already be sending a package to Canada. So unless it adds more than enough to bump it up to the next level, but you can, I've got with pirate ship, you can send it for $10.99 up to half a pound, and then half a pound to one is $13.99.
Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Give me just a second, guys.
Your son is attempting to reach you on your cellular device.
Okay, I'm back. For those that are newer, my kids call every night around 9, but they called about 10 minutes early tonight, so. So I found the easiest thing to do is just throw you guys on mute, and then, oh, I'm still on the screen, sorry. There we go. And then that way I can talk to them and still keep the stream going. So I appreciate you guys' patience with that. Of course, everybody knows that kids come first over streams. I've had to postpone, or not even stream, because of like son's basketball and stuff like that. And I think most people get it and are fine with it. But they always ask how many subscribers and how many likes and the stuff that kids like to know. We got 2 more rolls left after this, and I'm thinking maybe I'll call it at that point. And save the rest of these for maybe Monday night or something. I can't believe I got done so early. It was like, honestly, way quicker than... I start the stream at 5:30. We don't actually get started until about 5:45 by the time we go through all of our drink stuff. And then it's usually about 2.5 hours, so by that time it's about 8:30, depending on how many finds and everything. But I guess since we didn't find super tons of stuff, although we did find a 24 209s, 740s, 850s, a Canadian, and a miscellaneous, which was gold. Still decent. A 69 Denver has a D over D and a rotated D. Not seeing that. I thought opening coins all night would kill my arms. Might be tomorrow, but I'm cracking it. Okay. Like I said, I figured I'd just hold it off for you, and because I know you said that you wouldn't be able to do all of the ones that you wanted to do, so. I don't think I have another one of those coming. I thought I did, but I must have accidentally bought a couple spiders instead. Yeah. Do you mind if I come back on my Animal Sanctuary channel and share the link? Yeah, you're welcome to. I don't mind sharing links and stuff as long as it's either for another channel or a good cause or something like that. A big supporter of Pause fundraiser. Not only do I donate money, luckily I've been blessed that I could donate money both, well, every year, but more the last couple of years. But this year I was able to offer coin hunts. I think there ended up being 10 of us that were $500 donators. But of course, I'm not going to hunt one for myself. Well, I've got that up. Let me click on that, and I am your 100th subscriber. I live in, yeah, you're welcome. I believe in, subbing anybody that needs a sub. I sub to them, even if I may not end up watching all the content or, you know, stuff like that, because, you know, you can't watch every single person every single time. But anybody that, you know, needs or wants a sub, I will sub to them, because I know what it's like trying to get started and going. And it's like right now my biggest thing is getting my hours in, because I was just doing recap hunts, and that, you know, was okay, but wasn't really enough to do anything. So when I finally decided to live stream, that's where it's like, okay, now I need to get hours so I can do memberships. Oh, it does not have the privy, so you know what that means. It's going to be a 2019, and it is Wilderness of No Return. Not great condition, but hey, still a W. You know, even if someone wanted to give $5 for it, still more than a quarter. Yeah, sweet. And that was only in roll 20. And that was actually an ender, because it was the very last one of the roll. We got a 66 has DDRs. Not seeing it. And this one's a 65, which is DDO or DDR. Not seeing it. So now it's one of those things. Do I continue? Or do I hold on for a bit? So far in the first 20 rolls, we've got 2 foreigns, a Bermuda and China, I guess. And a W. Let it ride, keep her going. At least go half. I was thinking of going at least half, but yeah, we'll see. I can actually tell you, let's see, because I keep track of all of them, not only for the box finds that are purchased, but my personal hunts. And on my quarters, depends on how tired you want to have to do tomorrow. I just have to work. Or do you have a video about it? Sorry, I've been in and out. So on my quarters, I've hunted 18 boxes so far this year. Myself, I've found 4 foreign, 6 proofs, 8 W's, and 3 miscellaneous, which was a colorized, a 65 DDO, and a gold plated. So I'm averaging a W every 2 boxes. Not bad. But yeah, I keep track of all of them, not only the regular hunts that I do for I was going to say members. I don't have members yet. Subscribers. But then I also have separated out for the ones that I do for myself. So I'm going to end up sharing those here at the end of the year. I'm starting to compile the things together. So I was saying, I think right before I found that W, which threw me off. I live down here in Kanab, Utah, and Kanab is home to Best Friends. So, doesn't say anybody in the animal sanctuary obviously would probably have heard of them. But that is where I live. $83, no. 65, both DDO and DDRs, nope. It's one of those I find machine doubling a lot, but machine doubling does not count. 66 has a DDR, nope. And no. What was the really good looking one? I had a nice 76. But not nice enough to keep. Yeah, it was the 76. Because I'm watching on my thing and it actually just popped up. It's kind of like behind a few seconds on my own stream thing. And it was the 76. But I only keep them if they're really nice, because I find so many of them. I found a couple in this box already that look like someone must have just barely dumped them in. See, this one's not the best condition, but it's still pretty nice. It's not one that I would keep because it's not nice enough for me. But yeah, I find so many of them that you got wear right here. No, they're pretty decent, but like I said, that one's got a lot of wear. The other ones, the ones that I've kept, see this one you can definitely tell the difference. The one on the left obviously has more dings and stuff already. Yeah, like I said, I find so many of them that I don't even keep them if... See, there's another nice one. It's pretty decent, but, I mean, it's got gunk on it, too. I mean, most people wouldn't really consider it gunk, but when you find them that they look almost brand new, and then you get like that, it's like, yep. I mean, I guess I could put rolls together. I know people buy them. Christmas presents, those and $2 bills. Well, not only did I pick up a BEP strap of $2 bills consecutive, not consensual, but I got some 0920, 8283, 9293, 23, 24, 25, and 26, 41, 42, 68, 69, 58, 59, 60, an 08, an 09, a 10, 11, and a 12, an 86, 87, 88, 89, and then a quad of ones. These are all 2017s. But yeah, I picked up a BEP strap of 2017s. All those type of things I offer for sale. Basically, on those, it's not really even to make money. It's more of cover my shipping and maybe make a buck or two. Just like those 2025 halves, it was like, well, I'll try selling them, and nice. US, in fact. You get a lot of US currency. I mean, I can understand the coins being in circulation, but it's one of those you think it'd be a little harder to pass off US currency unless they don't mind taking it. I know some places, like if you go to foreign countries, a lot of times if you have US dollars, they actually prefer that. Like when I would go down to Mexico, they would take either peso or American. Give me just a second here. It's my ex-wife. People always getting US to travel south and then just depositing. Yeah. Since I think Canadian dollar to the US is what, 70%? Something like that. Like I think one Canadian dollar is about 70 cents US or something. So 137 Canadian is to $1. There's other places that you don't think of, like the Kuwaiti dollar is worth more than the American dollar. I can't remember exact, but I want to say it's like 8-1 or something. It's crazy. You know, a lot of people think U.S. currency, but then we're not the strongest currency. It's just what most places kind of base themselves off of. Just like the English pound is worth more than $1. I was watching something, it seemed like it was like 2 Kuwaiti, I don't know if they're dinars or what they are, but 2 Kuwaiti ones was equal to like, I want to say like $8 or something American. Yep. When I worked at the bank, when I was going to school, the euro, was very new, and it was worth more or less than the dollar. It was like 60 cents to a euro. And I was thinking, you could buy a bunch of these, and then when they go up, sell them. And then at one point, the euro was, I don't know, it was like 1.4 to the American dollar, which basically, you could have doubled your money. That would have been years, but well, I guess I'm over halfway now. Oh well. Nothing says I have to stop. And then there's countries like Panama that bases their currency 1-to-1. So one of theirs is equal to one of ours. Can't remember if it was like bad inflation or something. One of those things that they needed to stabilize it, so they did that and pegged it 1-for-1. I know a few other countries have pegged it 1-to-1 also. And then you get other places that are going through crazy inflation. That was Venezuela or something. They were, basically you could have, lots of places have had that happen. Russia and stuff, where you would have wheelbarrows full of money and it wasn't worth even enough to wipe your butt. This is just really, really, really shiny, so I figured I'd just double check it. So when I was texting my wife, ex-wife, I was like, I know that her daughter's birthday is tomorrow. And so I was like, I could pick them up like Saturday morning, that way you can do your family stuff. And then take them to school on Monday, and that's when she was like, the kids are out of school until January. I'm like, oh, yeah. So I don't have to worry about taking them to school. Usually on that, I take them back. Like if it's one of those like in the summer or whatever, I'll usually take them back on Sunday night, because that way they don't have to get up when I get up, and then go and then take them out to their place and everything, and it's just easier on the kids than trying to wake up at 7 in the morning and getting them to their place while I'm getting ready. But when it's school, I'll just keep them and then take them to school Monday morning. I do that instead of making them ride the bus, because we can leave later so they don't have to get up as early. And it only takes me an extra 5 minutes. So I guess that's one thing about watching my channels. You get to know everything that's going on. When we married, my ex and I worked at the hospital together, and she would work in the days, and that's when I would work the nights. And so when I would go to work, she would come home from work also. And then she switched jobs, and then we got divorced, and now she's working back at the hospital. When they hired her, they had told me, they said, just so you know, we hired your ex. I was like, yeah, I kind of heard. They're like, we just, you don't have a problem or anything with each other, it seems. I was like, no. We get along for the kids' sake. I'm not going to go hang out and spend time with them or anything. But if we go to the kids' games or whatever, it's not like we're sitting right next to each other, but we'll sit in the same general area and that sort of thing. I was like, no, that's fine. Number one, I'm not working with her. I mean, yeah, she works at the same place, but she works completely different area and a completely different job. I was like, if she was working in the same business department as me or something, that might be a little more difficult. But I was like, she's going to be over in the long-term care, skilled nursing, doing CNA stuff. I'm rarely over there. I'm thinking I might call it. I did 30 rolls. I went 5 over than I thought, but nothing wrong with that, though. So I have got, let me just make sure I get this right. I've got 74 deeds on Monday. I'm not going to stream on Christmas. And then the 29th, I'll do another box for New Marshall. And if I stream on the 1st, it'll probably just be a self-hunt. The first subscriber stream will be on the 5th. And that's for VMC. Then the 8th is BH. Yeah, thanks, Coinquester. I had to think. I was like, Small Creek Animal Sanctuary. I'm like, who was that? So I've got Monday. Like I said, I won't stream Christmas, and then I'll do the next Monday. If I stream the 1st, it'll be like just something like this with a quarter hunt or something for myself. And then the 5th and 8th. So I'm already booked out all the way through the first week of January, which isn't bad. Yeah, it's not a big deal. Hit !me and you can throw your link up there for anybody that might be lurking. I'm just going to put these ones just in here and put those down here. Yeah, I'll just leave them up here for a minute. So I think after this stream, I'll be over right about 2,000 hours, so 2/3 of the way there. Be able to start doing memberships. Like I said, I've had people ask about that, but right now I'm not quite there. But I've only been doing it since the live streaming since August. I want to say 4, but it seems like it was August. Maybe the very end of August. So in about 4 months, I went from 400 hours to almost 2,000 hours, so not bad. I never thought I'd be at this point, honestly. Yeah. It doesn't happen overnight, but it's happened more quicker than I was expecting. I figured it would take me at least a year to get there, and it's been, let's see, basically September, October, November, so for about 4 months. And I'm getting more hours. First started, it was 40 or 50 hours a stream, and now I'm up to 100 or so hours a stream. And not even with the extra stream like this, but we hit 50 the last 2 nights, or last 2 streams, which is nice. Yeah. Yeah, when I first started, there was, 12, 13 people that would come in and, watch consistent. You'd get 40 or 50 people pass through. Now I get 300-400 people pass through and 40 or 50 people hit and like. And like I said, it's quicker than I was expecting. I was expecting it to take longer. But it's fun. It's more of a hobby. Just like the giveaways, it actually cost me more to do giveaways and send it than I make off of any of my box hunts. So once they hit membership level, then that'll help pay for postage, but I'm not too worried about it. It's more of a hobby than any hobby, whether it's shooting guns or painting or, you know, motorcycle, whatever. No matter what you do, if you have a hobby, it's going to cost you some kind of money. And it's more for fun. I'm not trying to make it a business. I do have my Dad Hunts Coins domain that I bought, that I came across. I was like, that's not taken. I'll buy it. It was like $11 or something. So I need to keep on working on that. But yeah, I'm not trying to make a living off of it right now. So down the road, who knows? But at the moment, I'm not worrying about it. And I'm going to add some points to Small Creek. Even though I know you already have points, but there you go. So I'm going to let you guys go. Appreciate you guys hanging for the time that you did. Like I said, it got over quicker than I thought, so an hour to do 3 rolls of quarters and finding 2 fours and a W, and I still got 2 more rolls to go, so who knows, maybe that might be a pop-up. I do those every once in a while. There you go. I appreciate you guys, and you guys have a good night. And we'll see you hopefully Monday, 5:30 Mountain, is when I normally stream. Like I said, won't be at Christmas, but I will be Monday at least. And that will be for 74 Deeds. Good guy. Take care. Have a good night. God bless.